think it's going. I think we're streaming. Had some kind of a hiccup from the from YouTube or OBS here. I'm not sure exactly what to do. Anyway, good morning. It's the I hope it's working. It's the 18th of August, 2025. It's 0800 in the morning on a Monday morning. What is going on here? This looks like a replay. Something's crazy here. That there's something going on that isn't right. I gotta check the YouTube studio. There's no music playing, and for some reason that's. Oh yeah, there would be. Okay. Let me check the dashboard here. Sorry about that. I thought I was all, it says live and says it's streaming, so okay, great. I guess we're up and running. Yeah, so anyway, good morning. This is my risk neutral trading, this is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that because I don't multitask well, I'm able to capture everything I'm seeing on my screens, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I'm thinking. I'm not still getting one of, there we go. Now we're cooking. All right, there we go. Yeah, so that's that. The idea here is that, first of all, there's nothing, this is not for financial or trade advice. This is my trading journal, and I will make comments and make trades, and I share that with the stream. Also, I would caution you that if for some example, some reason you thought that it would be a good idea to try to copy what I'm doing, there is a delay on YouTube, so that would be pretty tough. By the time, I think it can be 15 seconds or longer, I may well be already in a trade, for example, or out of a trade by the time you saw it. So it would be pretty impossible for you to watch the stream, listen to my voice, and trade on your side live, because there would be that delay. So be extremely cautious there. I'm not monetized by this stream in any way. I'm only in it for the likes and subscribes, so that would be an honor, and I'd really appreciate it. And be sure and contribute something in the chat, even if it's nothing more than hello or good morning or wherever you're from. That would be super. Just feedback, you know, it's a lonely business trading, and so it's nice to be it's nice to have some sort of camaraderie, shall we say. The reason I stream this to YouTube is so that I can review it on any stream, and I have a commitment here to not take any trades off stream for this entire process, and that's the reason the streams last so long. They start now at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they go through the cash close at 1500. So there's complete accountability and transparency in this journey. By the way, this stream is in 1440p high def. So if it's not high def on your end, click the gear on YouTube and select that, and then you'll have a real crisp, sharp video to watch. The two trading platforms that I use are Bookmap, which is this one, and this, by the way, is the overnight session where we are so far. Here was our close on Friday, and here we are today. So, you know, it's another one of those days, which I hate. If you've been around at all, you know that. And this is IRT. So the first thing of order of business, I try to stick to the same flow every day. Whoops, I don't know how daily recap happened here. It's not right. Or the numbers, or the reports, and there are none out this morning. There are no reports out today, and I don't think there's any earnings worth a damn to be. Palo Alto Networks is the only earning out today, so there's really nothing going on there. However, there is, this is investing.com, which is free. And this is, I should say, it's the free version. You can certainly pay them something if you want to. And this is Financial Juice, also the free version. And there's no reports, as you can see. But this is random risk. This whole story with Zelensky and the European leaders, that's going to be a big deal. And there will be all eyes focused on that over the Ukraine story. And so I refer to this as random risk because you never know. Anytime any of these people are going to get in front of a camera or a microphone, who knows what's going to be said, and there can be some sort of a market or auction disruption that occurs. So be extremely careful there. I will be. Back to our pre-market. Here was yesterday's RTH session, our Friday's RTH, and here we are today. Yesterday they closed them down, so they brought it back up to where they figured they ought to be, and now they've sold them off. We're trading back up now, right on previous RTH IB low, interestingly enough, and just above the close and within range. This is the ES, mini ES, the mini NQ. This is the micro composite. The micro composite ES chart, which is nothing but more than a RTH session. RTH is regular trading hours. That's 8:30 in the morning to 1600, by the way. And ETH is from 1700 in the evening until 8:30 in the next morning. So this is the RTH session, and these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and in so doing, it generates a micro composite volume point of control and these high and low volume nodes, which incidentally I need to switch off over here. Okay, that's all right. Then this is the market profile. I also track these same four charts on the micros, micro ES, NQ, and etc. But back to the story at hand. So these red and green lines push automatically to bookmap, as do these. There we go. As do the session prices. So let's jump back over to bookmap. Now, this is the high and low, or the MC here, and you can see where I had the previous RTH high. These are notes that I put in myself, and these are the high and low volume nodes. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is an important column for me, and this is the notes column. And the first thing I'm going to do here is clear all the notes from Friday. I used to do this away from the stream, but I got to thinking it would be probably better for everybody to understand exactly what I do. And then the next thing I do is determine the open type and reset the name of this column to that. And the reason I do so is when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can see this title and immediately know a lot of data. How do I determine the open type? First of all, there's only 4. And they are where the open of today's RTH session would be. And let's assume we're going to open right here, right now. Where would that open compare to the previous RTH close and the previous RTH range? Well, right now, we would be higher in range by a tick. If we go below the close, it would be lower in range. If we go outside of here, down here, it would be lower out of range. It's just that simple. There's only those two criteria. So at this moment, and I can't imagine that this is going to last very long, and therefore I'm going to guess here. I hate it when it does this. I'm going to set the column title for lower in range. You can see that Friday we opened higher out of range, lower in range. All right, and that's how I do that. And then that open type dictates which column of statistics we use and apply to the session prices, which are pushed from Bookmap, from IRT to Bookmap. Now, I don't have any indicators on my Bookmap or IRT charts, unless you want to call the VWAP an indicator, because it is calculated. It's the volume weighted average price, but that's it. There's a POC for both overnight and full and RTH session. There is a VWAP for both. There's a mid for only the RTH. And then there are these session lines. And probably the one session level which can give some confusion are the IB high and low. Now, the IB stands for initial balance. It's an old market profile term. In reality, all these two levels really represent is the high up here, right under there actually, and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Simple. Nothing that I do or say is complicated or mysterious in any way. Once you understand it, it's as plain as the nose on your face. POC, also not complicated, simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the overnight session, the most contracts have traded at 64.64.5, and that is 3,936 contracts. The minute one of these other numbers says 3,937, this is going to move there. That's all there is to it. I'm sorry, it's 2,974 contracts, not 34. Now we got 3,000 down here. It's going to jump, wherever it's going to jump there. That's how all there is to that. The rest of the price levels are straightforward. Previous RTH low, developing value area low, overnight low, developing value area high. The difference between the value area low or high and the developing value area low or high are the following. Developing stands for the current auction. Value area high and low represents the previous auction. There you are. The rest of it is but simple. Here was our open on Friday. There's the high. Underneath it here is a little green line. You can see the level over here where it can actually print both is the IB high and the previous RTH high. So what does that tell you? Well, it tells you that we opened, we traded up a couple of ticks, put in a high, and we never looked back. Traded all the way down on Friday. If you were a genius and a rearview mirror trader and you threw a short on up here yesterday at the open, you were golden all day long. I'm not saying that that's what you should do or that that's what I did. I'm saying that's what happens when you can look back and that's the benefit of rearview mirror trading. Okay, now statistics. Let's look at those. They are, and I'm, now we're lower in range, right? So I was correct here. You see, we're if we open right now, we're here, and there's the close. We're still in range. Not by much, but we are. So let's look at the statistics and how they are derived. Again, they're very simple. Here is the statistics study in IRT. 4 types: gap up, higher out of range; gap higher in range, lower in range; lower out of range; gap down. This study looks backwards at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened lower in range, 587 of them, because we determined that we're probably going to open lower in range today, right? Of these days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 83.8% of the time, or 492 days. 83.8. Okay? Let's go back over here and go overnight volume point of control 83.8. Yep, there you are. That's it. That's all there is to it. And then I simply go down the list. The next order of business would be the overnight mid at 83.0. So let's go over here and look for the overnight mid, which is hiding under here somewhere. Let's wind it up a little bit and see if we can find him. I don't see it here at all anywhere. Overnight mid's got to be right up here, and I'm guessing right there. Yep, there we are. So it's 83.0. 83.0. Okay. Next order of business is previous close, 71.6. Previous close, 71.6. Now, I'm not going to get all excited and put in all of these statistics because I'm not convinced that we're going to stay in range or out of range, depending on this volatility right here. We don't have any numbers coming up that's going to tip the cat, over the apple cart, but I don't want to enter a whole bunch of statistics and then turn around and have to do it again once we have a change in the open type. But you understand what I do and you understand how to do it. Now, these are not absolute guaranteed targets. These are a probability or the percentage of time in a data set of 2,000 days that price revisited this level when we opened lower in range. That's what it means. They're not hard and fast lines in the sand, but after you've done this a while, you start to realize that the overnight volume point of control is always the highest probability. And it's always, I've never remembered it not being in the 80s. That's a pretty good probability, isn't it? If somebody said, okay, here's a setup, here is a strategy that has an 80% probability. Wouldn't you think that was a good thing? I would. So that's why we mark these, and that's why we think about them. And as time goes by, you'll notice how frequently they are revisited by price. In the next, remember, past performance is not indicative of future results. That's probably the most important thing any trader hears, and most traders completely ignore it, thinking it's some lawyer bullshit boilerplate, and it's not. It is a statistical fact. So there you go. Now I'm going to stop with the statistics here because I don't want to continue plopping them in here and then have something be wrong. Where did we quit? Let's go to, here's one for you, the IB high. This is 70.9. Now, we know that this is the IB low and that this green line, come on, this green line up somewhere here. Where'd it go? This green line underneath of here is the IB high. You see it, IB high? And it's also the previous high. So that is 73.0%. And I want to show you why I'm doing this. 73.0. And I go IB high. Because, remember the definition of the initial balance high and low. They mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So the minute we open, this flag and this line are going to move down somewhere down here to the high of the day's trading session. Therefore, I put this IB high in here because when I look back later in the day, I'm going to go, what the hell was 73%, right? Well, it was the IB high from Friday. So there you are. And now, now we may open higher in range, depending on what happens with this close. So I'm going to stop right there. But I think it's self-explanatory. And today is going to be a day that I am basically stand back and watch with all this noise going on with Zelensky. And fortunately, thank God, the European leaders insisted to come over for the summit because they remember what happened the last time Zelensky came and visited the White House. He was attacked and insulted by everybody in the press corps and both president and vice president. It was pretty, it was really a disgusting show, in my opinion. But so they've all said, well, no, we're going to come too. And I'm assuming that if that attack starts again, they're going to stand up and and defend, I hope, because that's just ridiculous. But anyway, let's hope that there's something good comes out of this whole thing. Now, the next thing, order of business, is the TLab snap. And the TLab snap is every day at 8:20, I take a screen snap of this, which provides all the levels and numbers that anybody could probably want for the last few sessions. And oop, what happened here now? What's going on? Oh, yeah. And I send this snap to a thing called the TLab. And what is the TLab? Well, it is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And as soon as I get my shit together here, I will be happy to get it over here and show you what's going on. Okay, and you see why I do the journal this way, because my ability to type and talk at the same time are pretty much non-existent. So the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And obviously it is a sponsored by Bookmap. But it is the only site, etc., that I recommend, apart from this one, that's public. And I put 2 snaps a day in there. One is the reports and stuff about 6 o'clock, and the other one is the one I just showed you here with all the numbers on it. Now, Tom is a professional trader who's been at this for 46 years. And probably the most phenomenal part of the Traders Lab is absolutely nothing is for sale. And that's what validates it in my mind. You're not solicited for anything ever, including subscribing to Bookmap, and you have full access to any of the, chat and any of the resources that are that are stored up above under the pin and all that kind of thing. So, and there's a good crew of people in there, a bunch of good, serious people, Rod, Ned, Lefty, Garrett, didn't matter, Harry, a whole bunch of people that, not to pick out names, but people that I normally communicate with. And there's, like every chat room, there's a bunch of yahoos that are just enamored with the sound of their own voice too. But it's not a juvenile thing with bells going off and whistles and all this kind of crap. Now, Tom doesn't call trades, nor does he trade live. And he's certainly not going to post his account, whatever broker statements. But I can promise you, I bet my bottom dollar you're never going to see a picture of a Lamborghini or a bunch of gold chains. If you know what I mean. And I think that Tom genuinely has a desire to help traders improve and become successful. So I recommend it. What you need to do is, there's a link in the description here to join the Bookmap Discord server. Obviously, you've got to do that, right? And then you navigate to the Traders Lab by Tom B. And that looks like that right there. You navigate to there, and then, see for yourself. If you don't think it's important, well, then don't stick around. But I assure you that you will not be bombarded with sales pitches. And I don't make this recommendation for any other of the Bookmap Discord chat rooms, because there are a lot of them and I have not visited. So I can't speak one way or the other. I did visit 2 others once. And they were more typical. About the third word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something, which is fine. Okay. And if that's what Bookmap wants to support, that's fine too. Obviously, Bookmap does a cost-benefit analysis. If they have enough viewers and enough people, sign up to Bookmap or subscribe to Bookmap based on these guys' viewership, then that's what their goal is. This is, after all, it's a marketing tool for Bookmap. But you would never have that happen in the Traders Lab so far, after a few years now that I've been there. I don't participate much anymore because of the stream. My purpose, right, as it should be for anyone here in the sound of this voice, is to improve your trading, whatever that takes. So in order to properly journal and trade, rather than be typing and blabbing in the chat room, I have undertaken this idea where I continually narrate and watch the market. So, and as I've already demonstrated, I can't do two things at once when it comes to typing and talking and stuff. So I don't. That's why I focus on this. And once again, it is my trading journal that I allow anybody, to watch in hopes, like look over my shoulder basically and listen to what I'm thinking in hopes that it might help somebody else, because I know what a lonely and painful journey this can be. And I'll get into a lot of things after we open, which is going to happen in 2.5 minutes here. Okay, around the horn we go one more time. So we are just, we're up on fumes. The overnight trade is down a little bit. I would expect that we're going to get some responsive buying. However, just now we've come back up here and we're just hovering right around the close, right? So there's really basically overnight inventory was probably short, because I would say there's more inventory up here if you look at the profile than there is below us. Here's the bulk of the profile overnight, but we're back up here. So I'm expecting an open auction, and I think that all of the traders are like me. Everybody wants to wait and see what the hell is going to happen with the random risk potential or danger that exists today around this meeting. and it's also the last weeks of August, which are typically the slowest weeks of the year. People are winding up vacations. They're thinking about school starting, So you don't have to be clicking the mouse trading every second of every trading day of every year. Keep that in mind. And I'll talk a lot about psychology and things like that in a little bit. And we're going to open in about a minute now. I don't know what's all this. To build a live chat experience. Close. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, that seems to be working. Yeah, there we go. All right. Everything's back on track, looks like. The stream is trickling down the hill. That's a good thing. The volume seems to be okay. I'm not muted, which is a typical, sometimes I'll stand here and have said the most important thing ever heard in trading, the secret sauce, and it's on mute. Maybe not, but I do forget that sometimes. And it's a big red light here on my mixer, so there you go. Go back to the part about multitasking, and then you'll understand. Okay. Now, one thing I do while we're waiting for the open here. Well, never mind. We don't have any longer to wait. We're going to open here right now. There we go. There is the open. And this stupid thing is not resetting as it's supposed to, so that's really annoying. This is our open right here. This column is scheduled to reset, and it is not. God, that's frustrating. I don't know why Bookmap has decided to, my Bookmap in particular has decided to do this. But I guess it's because of the heavy flow and the way it allocates its memory. It won't I can't reset. I have it scheduled automatically reset. I also have reset on double click, and I've been double clicking since 8:30. There we go. Nothing's happened. Now it finally worked. And now I start flagging in my volume, my micro composite flags. I mean my VPOC migration. The football. Okay. God, that's frustrating. Son of a bitch. Really irritating. And you see why it's frustrating. This is not the IB low. The IB low is down here. I'll give it a minute. There's no buildup of data. Right down here's the ingest, system ingest. There's no lags on IRT. So this is something completely wrong with my bookmap. And frankly, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to wait for. Now that's even worse. I'm trying to wait for an update, right? Because this all started the last update. So there you go. Now you know. Now a new workflow that I'm doing is the following. I'm putting in a vertical line at each open session open. What happened there? Why didn't it work? God damn. Here's the previous one for the overnight. I'm not having any luck here. Vertical line. It's not doing anything. Why? Oh, I know why. Probably. Yeah. You got to be really careful of this active data column. This is only for trading. You can't click or do anything over there. If you do, after you've enabled the ability to trade, which I didn't get to in the pre-market, but I will do now, you have to, you got to be really careful of that active data column. So here's the overnight open. And here's today's open. Now, it's pretty important to be able to trade, right? And the way you can do that with Bookmap, and I will keep trying to do two things at once. We know how well I am at that, how well I do at that. In order to trade on Bookmap, you have to initialize the trade control panel. You select the method with which you will trade using your mouse in the application. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade is the active data column. If you choose DOM, you can only trade with the mouse on the DOM columns, and I choose both. Guess what? You can trade with both. You can also always trade with your hotkeys on your keyboard if you've initialized them. However, if you're going to use the keyboard, which I used to do, and I'll explain why I don't anymore, you have to have the focus of the computer on the application by clicking somewhere up here, and be goddamn sure you don't click over here you got a trade on you didn't expect. Anyway, I believe that trading with the mouse on Bookmap now is more precise and faster. So that's why I don't keyboard anymore. All right, having selected that, then I need to select multi-brackets. And in my case, I'm using the smallest multi-bracket risk-neutral multi-bracket package, risk-neutral trading, right? And that's the whole theory here, of 2 lots. You need to use an even number of contracts. You select a stop size, however you determine that, with backtesting optimization, flip a coin, chicken bones, voodoo, whatever it is, you come up with a stop size that you think is most apropos for your risk management. Seriously, you should start from account preservation and risk management and then work down through volatility, etc. And you come up with a stop size and ticks for the entire package. Once you do that, the original first risk neutral profit target is automatic. It's the same number of ticks as the stop, but positive, and it's for half of the package. Then the runner or the balance, you can split up however you want to. In my case, there's the balance is one more contract at 48 ticks. The minute you've achieved risk neutral scale, the worst you can do on the trade is scratch. I also do the multi-account trading thing. Oh man, why does it keep doing this? Well, we'll do this. Okay, so this is how you do it. And now that's set up. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. And why this is not working, I don't know that either. Open panel, add bot. Well, what I want to do is select this and something's not working right here. I don't know what. So I'm going to have to look at this again and then I'll continue on. But right now I can't trade because it wouldn't be trading the way I want it to. And we are getting some responsive buying back to cover some of those shorts. All right. Now, the reason for the multi-trade thing is this is a TopStep combine. And my thinking was I will record transparently and with full accountability the entire process from zero to hero. And that's what I'm doing. From the beginning, zero balance through through live funded account. And that's where I am. And I'm one trade off of the XFAs. So, and completely transparent. Absolutely transparently. Now, after I've already, let me finish. After I've selected a trade package, I confirm the amount or the contract size in cars. And then I click the button again. It stays active. It stays green. But I get the screen back, and all of the same data that I would have right here is displayed across here. In additionally, I have cancel all and close all. So I don't need to have that trade control panel using the multi-brackets. Okay, now there we go. Now we're at 8:37. There's no news reports coming out. I'm not sure when this hootenanny in D.C. is going to happen, to be honest with you. Okay, so he greets Zelensky at 12, and then they have a meeting, and then oh, that's not good. He's going to be alone with Trump for an hour, and then there's going to be the European leaders. That's all the Trump, what is it? Richard here in the chat has come up with he calls him Agent Orange, which I thought was pretty funny. If you're old enough to remember Vietnam, you know what that is. Agent Orange and the Random Risk Band take the stage at about 11 from the looks of it. Yeah, anyway. So this is a day to probably keep your powder dry. And now I'm going to figure out what the hell is going on with this multi-bracket story over here. Oh, something else is goofy. God damn it. Huh. Oh, TopStep. 1, 2, 3, 4. So something is not available here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 of these accounts are not available on TopStep now for some reason. I don't know why. That's really annoying. Yeah, so I'm going to have to do some back office, digging around here to see what the hell is going on. God damn. Now that we've opened, one of the things I do is I need to change the charting time from full session to day session only. Damn it. I didn't even look at that last night. I should always do that off the stream, I guess, and just to confirm. You expect stuff to just work. You know what I mean? Now, for me to save and restart Bookmap, I will break my recording. My Bookmap recordings go from 1700 at night through 1600 every day and back for years. That's the full session, ETH and RTH. And for me to stop Bookmap, start over again to see what's wrong with that multi-account thing, that would ruin the copy of today. And I'm not too damn worried about or too expectant that I would trade today because of this massive uncertainty around that I've already talked about, with the Zelensky thing and the Ukraine war and all of this crazy horse shit that's going on back there. And, bulldozing homeless people's homes that were all pretty much clean and organized with tents they'd been given and stuff like that, and dozing them all into a pile and all of their stuff inside, and doing nothing with the people. What the hell does that solve? It's not the encampment that you're worried about. It's the homeless people. That's the problem. How are you going to help the homeless people? Crazy. Seems like. I don't know. And maybe I missed something. I don't know. But that's the headlines I saw over the weekend. And that was the first thought I had was, well, that doesn't do any good. That's, slamming the barn door after the horses are out is an old saying that I think everybody will agree. Oh, bon dia, tout man fofo. How was your vacation? I hope you're feeling well. It's been a crazy week, that's for sure. And today, be extremely cautious. I guess you probably know that Zelensky is putting himself back in the lion's den again this morning, as will the European leaders about this Ukrainian story. And we had a Putin Annie in Alaska last week. So, yeah, I'm sure you're up to speed with the news, but be extremely careful. Richard came up with a great saying while you were gone. He's decided that it's to refer to Trump as Agent Orange. I think that is hilarious. I don't know how old you are, but if you're old enough to know anything about Vietnam War or whatever, that's hilarious to me. So it's now Agent Orange and the Random Risk Band taking the stage at who knows when. I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah, it's been, wow, it hasn't been 40 over here, but like for right now, it's only 28, but it's been in the high 30s, 38, 39. Oh, okay, well, you're a puppy, never mind. You definitely don't remember then, but I'm sure because you're not from over here, you've got probably a pretty good grip on history. Lucky you want to swap? Oh, shit, I'm more than twice as old as you. Isn't that suck? That's hard for me to say, but that's the truth. Wow. That's reality. Okay. Good for you, man. That's great. Boy, I tell you, I wish I were at the development and trading and knew about it at 34 as you do. That is really super. I was thinking I was going to make a living with my back. I was a general contractor and whatever else, swinging a hammer and building custom homes. Boy, is that ever stupid. You make more money with your brain than your back. If you can impart that to your kids, that's probably the most important thing to get across, I think. So random risk is on the table today. I would be extremely cautious. We had a little bit of responsive buying, which I talked about, but basically we opened flat. If you notice, here's the open. Where's the open? Here's the open down here. Below the close. So we are, in fact, lower in range and above within range above the previous low. So Fortunately, that worked out. I don't have to change all the stats around. And now I can continue to put them in there. But I'm having an issue here with the copy thing, and the two of the accounts are not showing up. So I'm a bitch. Yeah. I don't have the luxury of, oh, well, never mind. I'll do it tomorrow. You know, I need to get on the ball here. And here's our IB high being pushed up and our IB low. So we're right on track with those. Remember, the definition is just the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So at 9:30, these will not move anymore. This won't go up and this won't go down, and that'll be that. That's all they are. Let's see about... I'm kind of, you know, this is kind of slamming the barn door after the horses are out to continue looking at the statistics, but we'll do so. IB high, we marked that one. Previous mid, POC, we got that one in there, do we? Yeah. Overnight low is 66.7, so we can still get that one down here. And all I'm doing, again, is... I'm just going down the list. You notice how IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type column, obviously, after you open. That's why it's not highlighted while I'm doing the statistics early on. The previous low is 51.4. Let's look at that one. What else we got happening over here that might be a value area high? I saw that go by. That is 57.5. Now, again, remember, anybody that's not familiar with this on a daily basis, these are not hard, fast lines in the sand. These represent the probability of times, or the percentage of times, that this level was revisited looking back on a data set of 2,000 days in the RTH session. So looking over with a data set of 2,000 days, the value area high was revisited 57.5% of the time, or 338 days out of 2,000. That's all there is to it. Boo, boo, boo. Remember now, we can't do the IB high and low because they're not where they used to be. And that's why I had put the IB high in that statistic. Yeah. I'm so disappointed with this thing. Okay, where are we now? Let's see. So we're open. We're on the right sessions. We're looking higher. What a surprise. This irrational exuberance has reigned supreme. And I'm sure that there's going to be a pretty significant reaction one way or another if any kind of, I mean, what the hell, how, you know, these conferences or these summits or whatever they're called are so ridiculous, because how the hell are you going to have any kind of a meaningful summit if both people aren't, you know, involved? So I realize that the diplomatic process takes a while and all those kind of things, but there cannot be any kind of a resolution. First of all, it was pretty clear from Alaska, Putin never gave up 1 inch, 1 centimeter of ground. He didn't change his rhetoric at all, but he was intelligent enough to have a continual stream of butter up Trump Oh, he should be receive the Peace Prize. He's a fantastically on and on and on. He obviously figured out what to do there, and smart for him. He's absolutely not stupid. Think about him whatever you want, but Putin is not stupid, and he is focused on one trend of thought. He didn't give up 1 inch. He didn't change anything. Nothing was resolved. The only thing that did happen was the administration gave a red carpet welcome to a person with arrest warrants on him on American soil. So that was a pretty big, that was kind of eye-opening to me. If Putin couldn't go anywhere else except maybe China and not be arrested, so I think that's that's pretty crazy. Here we are. What are we doing here? Well, we're trading hell out of them, aren't we? And we're trading hell out of them in about a 10-handle range. 64 to 74. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. If you want to get, chopped up, I would suggest this is a great time to put on your swimsuit and dive into the blender, because it looks to me like, and as I would fully expect, this is going to just be a retail soup until this thing with all the, Zelensky and everyone is over with, I would guess. There's no numbers, there's no reports, there's no earnings. All eyes are focused on this photo op, which of course is, that is the stuff that dreams are made of for Agent Orange and those guys, the administration, the random risk crowd, because that's what's been moving the market, really. Market on close orders, you don't even see a bump. Some of the bigger numbers, yes, are moving things, but all eyes are really on what the few people who are very, very friendly with the camera and the microphone in the administration. That's my opinion. Okay. Well, I don't know what the hell is going on now. I guess I'll have to look on another screen over here. See if I can understand what's happening with this thing. They had a big problem about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Anybody that's familiar with or trading with those guys with TopStep would know that they had a big data issue. Took them a long time to get things straight. Took about several days, damn near a week, for me to finally get somebody on the phone, which straightened it out. But it just took a second. The guy went, "Oh yeah, those are not associated anymore." Now there you go, restart, and then you're all set. I'm assuming that's what's happened again. Everything looks a little goofy here. To me. So just quickly through the numbers then. Here we are. These are now, because this is RTH session, these are now only the RTH Rincos, right? This is Friday and this would be Thursday, and here we are this morning. Same way with the NQ. Micro composite, you can see where we just zoomed up here. Everybody, you know, I guess they ran out of crack or blow or something up here, and they're all kind of jonesing. If you know those references, you know what I'm talking about. And here we are today. Market profile. There's no lags here in IRT. You can see we're red across the board now in the indices. Volume is not so great. We're at about 0.1% lower on the ESs, and the NQs are 0.18, almost 2. And there we go. SPX is 2.9 down. What are we doing for this guy over here? Oh, yeah, there we go. Right now, at this point in time, we're trading 64% of the average volume that we trade usually at this point in time in an RTH session. So that ought to tell you what the market's doing, eh? Here's an interesting one. Look at this liquidity of 5 or 6, or a couple of hundred contracts that jumped in here at the IB low to see what the hell is going on. Now, they came in at 849, and they're holding the ground. Is this going to be support? Is this a magnet? Looks like it's supporting things at the moment, and we've got a sister ship up here at the top, right? About the same size at 64 quarter, or 74 quarter. So, yeah. We got a flat bottom or a ledge forming down here, which is never good. I don't like those. I can't figure out what to do with them. What else is going on? Got my micro composite flags seem to be doing okay. Now that I have started this new concept of keeping the, come on, it's irritating. Keeping the full session in view. Yeah, thank you so much. Keeping the full session in view, and you see I got it pretty close. I just throw this vertical line over here at the session start every day for each session. And the only reason for that line is it's just a visual cue. I can glance left, and if I see that blue line, I know I have the whole session in view. If I don't see it, I know I have to do something about it. It's that simple. Now, I didn't get it very right here because you see there is the actual open at 8:30, and I didn't get this one right on because it was arguing with me. So we're going to do this over again. Now that it's got its knickers unknotted, we'll go like that. It's still not very close, but you see the point. It means nothing more than a visual clue for me. This is, I think, was Rod's idea, and I like it a lot. The point of me talking about this now is to point out why that line is there and what it means, and the fact that I continue to flag the migrating VPOC, but they don't have the significance because this was important when I would keep a much closer view on the market, or, be zoomed in much closer, because now I can see the migration of the VPOC from all day. Previously, I'd only be getting, for example, that much. Okay, where the hell was it before? It had scrolled off the left of the screen. So that's my thinking. Now you should be up to speed on everything I'm doing here. I also try to keep these on about a point high, which they're a little bit off now. The idea for all of this anal ADH activity is now price is at a point high. I want to try to keep a sense of scale that I can relate to. And again, this is my virtual journal, and this is just me talking out loud to me. So, if you think that all of that is completely crazy, well, good for you. It's just up to you to do what, think whatever you'd like. Do it the way you want to do it. And as I've said, I try to say every day more than once, this is not a situation of my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing, and this is what I'm doing now, and how I narrate it and talk to myself about it. Whatever you're doing, if it is consistently profitable, absolutely do not change. Do it. That's the point. The trader's ultimate goal is to preserve their account. Oh, what's going on here? I don't know what the hell is happening. Yeah, the trader's ultimate goal is to preserve your account. That's first. Doesn't do you any good to have the best strategy on the face of the planet if your account's blown, to trade tomorrow if your account's blown up today. So there you go. And that is done by risk management, I believe, and I think any professional trader will agree with that. So there you go. And now we're just going to kind of watch this, and I'm, as you can imagine, the wheels are spinning trying to figure out what the hell is going on with this account drama. There's no account drama. It's some flag or whatever that's put on so that the accounts are pulled through and available to trade with the rhythmic data. That's the difference. The 5 accounts are fine, and they're all easily within one trade of passing the combine, all 5 of them at once into the XFA. That's all good. I still haven't figured out how to show a screen snap of all of this live without exposing, account information like account number or password, stuff like that. So I don't think that's a good idea to do. It's the internet after all. I can make a screen snap of it, which would have the date. Maybe that would have a certain... Oh, I have an idea. Hold on a minute. And I also have a problem with that. I have 3 computers here. The trading computers are these 2 main 32-inch 4Ks. I have a 4-rack monitor in front of me, and I have two standing desks. Let's start from the beginning, in an L. On the monitor in front of me is a 4-rack monitor. A 4-monitor rack. Jesus Christ, I better go back to bed immediately. A 4-rack monitor. The 2 lower monitors are 32-inch 4Ks. They are my trading monitors. And then above them are 2 27 high defs. The 2 27 high defs are powered by another computer. To my left is a vertical 27, which is powered by this trading machine, and that's where I have OBS and stuff. And then a little further around the corner is another 32 4K, which is powered by my 3rd machine. And that's where, email and all of that kind of stuff. So what I've done now is taken a screen snap of this account, and we'll see how this works. I'm just kind of stalling because there's really nothing I'm thinking about doing, and the market is just fluffing around down here. So let's see if this works because I was going to try to work this out this weekend, and I got real busy doing Weekends are kind of busy, and we getting our daughter. She starts school today and college. Okay, so here. This is one representative of one of the 5 accounts, and they're all, because they're copied, right? They're all the same. So there's the P&L. I mean, there's the graph. The consistency rule is fine, all of this kind of crap. So there's basically one trade left of my normal 2-lot risk neutral package, and then they're all 5 in XFAs. I don't know whether that suffices. Here's the day, here's the time, here's, I obviously pulled the snap down not to include the account number and things, which I realize if I were on your side of the screen, I would go, well, sure, dillweed, anybody can take a snap of something. Who knows what account that is? And I agree with that. I don't know if me showing the account number has some negative implication, or some tricky bastard in wherever the hell it is, North Korea, can oh, there we go, and then hack into. I don't know, to be honest with you. You'll see that this account started back in November, hasn't blown up, hasn't done anything. Now, I suddenly started becoming disciplined with the IB, vetting the IB trades and trading only them, and you'll see the result. I don't know whether that helps or not. I guess what I'll do is Google somebody or something to do with somebody at TopStep. I got to talk to them anyway about this account story, and see if that's any kind of puts me in any kind of jeopardy. I'm happy to show the account number, and in my opinion, that would guarantee transparency. That, see, here's the account number, here's this. Tomorrow, see, here's the account number, here's this, and there's the totals and all that crap. That's fine. This was a giant mistake right here, right? That's 3 stops in a row. That was a lapse of anything good, right there. And if I had not done that, I'd be profitable right now. I mean, I would be in an XFA right now. So that's what happens when you have a lapse of discipline or whatever. So I don't know if that worked or not, if that helps or not. But anyway, there you go. I'll figure it out. Now I'm still trying to work out this other story here. Let me see what's going on, if I can figure this out. $75 and $87 are not available. Okay, so I've got one thing that TopStep, I think it's TopStep, has on their TopStep X now. You can make it like sanitized so that you block out all of the. It's like they do with credit cards, right? Where the last 4 numbers, what are the last 4 digits or something like that, so that nobody can really hack it very easily, but you can provide some sort of accountability. What did it say now? Let me see. The 2 are missing here. 75 and 87. Okay, let's see what's going on with those 2. I don't even see 87. Yeah, I don't know. What was that? I am truly 87. I don't even see 87 on my account. 75 I have, but I don't see 87 here. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I have no freaking idea what they're doing. But I tell you one thing I am going to do. I don't have anything else to do this morning. I'm not going to be thinking about trading, particularly because of this random risk story with the hootenanny over in DC. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go find my phone and my headset and call these guys. I learned one thing, Antonio, or anyone in earshot here. If you want to talk to support at TopStep, call in the morning as early as you can after they open, because I tried in the afternoon a couple of times when there was that big drama before, and I never could get anybody. Yeah, it's pretty funny that Hogue does the voiceover for the, hey, hi, welcome to TopStep, and he does his radio voice. But then it would go, stand by, we're getting you an associate. And then about a minute later it goes, we're sorry, we're unable to take your call at this time. You know, send Wendy some crap who's as useless as you can possibly imagine that thing, I think. So I'm going to try calling him this morning and ask him what the hell is going on here. As soon as I find my phone. Let me give you some music here while I'm busy sorting this out. God damn, there's always... Well, I guess they couldn't have picked a better day, I guess, could they? To have this happen. Okay. What happened to my favorite? There we go. Okay. Let's go. There we go. A little music for you. Antonio, yeah, this is epidemic sound. So there's that. If it's too loud or something weird. Oh, I have an interesting tidbit. I suppose you've heard of the famous thing that has happened just recently, that Trump has had a one-on-one meeting with the head of NVIDIA, and I suppose AMD, but NVIDIA for sure. And he has decided that they can export the H1 chip, I think it's H1, maybe it's M1, which was the restricted chip because of national security, to China, if they will pay a 15% fee. Several things like export license and those kind of things are against the Constitution, so I don't know what they're going to call it, but they've agreed to that, supposedly. Now here is the part of that whole thing. So essentially, if it was against national security and it was banned from export and sale, now if we pay for it, if they pay this 15% on sales, suddenly that's okay to sell. So that opens some slippery slopes, in my opinion. So I guess Lockheed can sell weapons to China if we pay them a fee now? Maybe. What does that do to national security? Typically, those kinds of trade deals and things wouldn't be made in an isolated or environment of one guy in the Oval Office. It would be National Security Commission and military would all weigh in at the same time, typically. So there's that. But here's the most important part of that thing that puzzles me, that I find really amazing. I'm not sure if anyone in this, sound of my voice understands or knows the answer to this question, but do you have any idea how much money of the American budget is spent daily? I'll give you a minute. Drum roll, please. $18.3 plus billion a day. 18 billion with a B dollars a day. Now, this 15% tax selling chips, which 2 weeks ago were prohibited by export based on national security, are expected to earn the government $2 billion a year, meaning that we're going to sell what had previously been determined a national security risk to China for 2.5 hours worth of 1 day's government expenditure. I was just shocked when I heard that. I thought, I really that was pretty surprising to me. First, the 18.36 whatever it is billion dollars, $3 and change billion a day. And we're talking about firing these guys and saving all this money. And then turn around and we're going to build a $200 million ballroom on the White House. I really don't understand what the hell is going on, frankly. That's some of the stuff that's been in the news the past week and over the weekend. And I continue to be more surprised. Here, the fear and greed index, this is Bitcoin, who cares? That's the biggest Ponzi scheme on the face of the planet. And again, the reason I'm doing everything else I can think of to do here today and not get, don't get itchy fingers with your computer or your mouse. We've got this risk looking us in the face here. So there's that. And here we are. You see what the trade is doing today. This is a dollar high, right? This is 1 point. And look at this. We were 10 handles wide. Maybe almost 15. And now what are we doing? We just choked down and we haven't, we're not at the IB yet. And I am betting only the IB trade, but I'll be standing on the side. I'm going to be focusing on these account issues and things. It says in my dashboard that those two accounts are closed. Now, I have no idea how in the world that could happen, but I'm going to call somebody on the phone and have them explain it to me. I didn't do any trades or certainly didn't close anything, so we'll see. And that's pretty important because all 5 of those accounts were within 1 trade of XFA. So I'm going to be pretty disappointed if I've paid those combine fees and traded, upheld my side of the bargain properly, and then for some reason had some random thing happen because Michael Patak ran out of something, or whatever. I'm sure that's not the case, but we'll see what happens. So yeah, looking around the charts here, there we go. Here we are in the hold, a doji. No action here. This is probably the most telling part. We are at 62% of volume for this time of the day. Everybody is watching this and holding their breath. Looks to me like this is open interest. There's the SPX. Yeah. ATR's up to 5, almost 5. Look at that. So let me see if I can get somebody in. The IB will undoubtedly occur during this phone call, but I want to get the phone call made because remember at the beginning, your primary job as a trader is to preserve your account/S accounts and be able to trade. So there's 2 of them that something's happened to between Friday and now, and that's pretty weird. So I'm going to figure that out and get back to you. I would not, if you've been following the stream at all, I'm focusing on vetting the IB trades, of which there are 2. IB failure and the IB continuation. The IB failure trade is typically suggested when we're in a balanced rotational day, and now you couldn't get a more balanced rotational day than we're in today. The IB, remember, is not a statistic until 9:30. That's when the IB high ceases to move up and the low ceases to move down, and the IB statistic is in play. The IB statistic, I'll just go over before the call, says that in all 4 open types, there is a greater than 97.7% probability, all 4 open types, that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. So at 9:30, this will stop moving. This will stop moving, and there's a greater than 97.5% probability that price will come up, take that out, and either test and go on, or test and come back and mean revert. Now the IBF or IB failure is essentially a mean reversion trade, isn't it? Outside in, and it's suggested by a balanced environment, and that's what we have now, and there is no way I would be interested in taking a trade this morning with the situation that we have at the moment. Let me show you those statistics so you don't call me a liar. Higher outer range 97.7, IB high or IB low 98.2%, 98.1% in today's lower in range open type, and 97.9% in lower out of range. There they are. So there you go. Now we have not made an IB statistic here because what? It's not 9:30. So the IB high will continue to move up as this one just did. The flag will follow because we pushed up here. So there. This is interestingly enough, no, that was an IB 30 statistic. Rod in the TLab and Static, a good trader, a code guy, and nice person, it's worked out statistically that the high and low of the first 30 minutes has about a 90% probability of being exceeded in the second 30 minutes, and that's just exactly what happened right here. The IB high, which was down here, of the first 30 minutes, which quit right there, was exceeded in the second 30 minutes right there. So the IB 30 statistic has been satisfied. Okay, now off to off to the account issues here.
Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu, deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o seu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu, deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu, deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto,
Well, I'm still listening to beautiful hold music here, so. Obviously, we have rolled past 9:30 right here. We have taken out the statistic right here. And now this is essentially a mean reversion, which would be expected. So this would be is a pretty classic IB failure, actually, with the setup. At this point, it would have been a valid trade because there was the range requirement to the mean, which is up here. Remember that this is the more muted yellow, darker yellow, full session VPOC. This is the RTH VPOC. And now we're just about to it. So that would be a pretty classic IB failure. But what are you looking at? You need to have range and then targets. So not really, and plus I'm offline because of I'm offline because I'm on hold with a support issue with TopStep to Rhythmic in the account, as I mentioned earlier, and also we have the random risk environment going on with this drama around the meetings with Zelensky and the EU. I don't know who the hell is coming from the EU, to be honest with you, but somebody, I guess, so they say. So I'm still listening to cello music here on on support.
las horas que pasé en aquel bus. No entiendo bien por qué mi abuelo distraído se bajó sin mí. Yo seguí. Acapulco no era un lugar para una niña de mi edad. Con solo 4 años enfrenté la soledad. Del bus te vi pasar y la calle caminar, y a pesar del miedo que me dio, no pude ni llorar. Eres la niña perdida, el chico me preguntó. No había entendido que esa niña era yo. Después de 6 horas encontré donde bajar, crucé la calle, di con el lugar, se abrió la puerta y todo mi mundo me abrazó. Estaba sola frente al mar. Nunca me voy a olvidar. Estaba sola frente al mar. Acapulco era el
Well, that was about a disappointing event. Now, absolutely no resolution from these guys. I'm in the hole and just told to stand by. So, they've got a problem on their side of the system, apparently in billing. Those 2 accounts' billing cycle rolled on the 17th. I have no notification or anything in my TopStep dashboard or email or anywhere else about any issues from either the bank or TopStep, but just mysteriously and quietly, those 2 accounts were this morning are not available to Rhythmic because they're listed by Bookmap, by TopStep is closed. So that's pretty amazing. I don't know what they're up to, but we'll see what happens. The guy was, 1,000 about all he could say was, I'm sorry. So he sent an email to somebody and going to email me with the result of what the executive team has to say, which is not very encouraging. Jesus, I'm getting sick of this. Anyway, okay, so what happened now? Well, it ought to... If this isn't some indication, we did have a VPOC, IB failure trade. Now it has not worked. In order to reach T2 in the my risk neutral, basic risk neutral package, we need 12 points. So that would be 73. We need to get to 73 in order to have achieved both targets. When you have this kind of a range, this smaller range, you need to be sure and recognize that there's not enough meat on the bone, may not be enough meat on the bone for your fractal or your trading time frame, styles, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. That's just really disappointing. God. I mean, I guess it picked a good day to have, picked a good day to go south, I guess. We'll see what happens. I'm not sure I've seen it so tight in, Jesus, I don't know how long. Huh? Wow. It looks like a flat line in the EKG. Pretty soon go, or whatever that always, the noise that always makes on the movies. That's pretty amazing. Okay, boys and girls, so I'm assuming that, yeah, no joy on the TopStep thing, which is really disappointing. I don't know. Got to come up with another approach here. I'm not sure what it is. To be honest with you. But it's gonna. I was pretty much thinking I had everything in order. So I devoted myself to some outside tasks over the weekend. And now this, you see. I don't like, let's see how to exactly phrase this. One of the one of the many appealing aspects to me about the theory of trading for a living as a consistently profitable business is the lack of dependency on somebody else. I mean, obviously you're going to have software, data, bank account, or broker, I guess. But the more independent you can become, I think the better off it is. Now, TopStep has been the most dependable and consistent, pretty much, in my opinion, one of these prop outfit things. Well, let me rephrase that by saying, first of all, if you cannot sustain consistent profitability with a prop account where you don't have slippage or, questionable fills, which is a fact of sim, where you don't have your money at risk, 50 or $100 or whatever you pay. If you cannot sustain consistent profitability in that environment, you have absolutely no business. You're out of your frickin' mind thinking that putting your own money in an account at risk is going to be better. That's my opinion. So, looking from that point, approaching this from that point of view, and the fact of this stream is that those TopStep account from zero to hero, all that stuff, based on that thinking, I had always relied pretty much on TopStep as being dependable, reliable, no payout issues, the oldest in the business, blah, da, 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 da. Now that they've done this switch to Program X and demanding people all use TopStep X and all that kind of stuff, I'm on my back foot now trying to think what to do. They have guaranteed to me that if you get your XFA and then go onto your live account, you can still use the same system and platforms that you use to trade to get there, which in my case would be Bookmap and Rhythmic and IRT. So that's okay, because I don't find TopStep X to work for me. It's it's like starting over kind of. And now with this kind of thing, I'm wondering if this is some sort of my conspiracy mind suddenly kicks in. Well, so are they just doing this kind of stuff to kind of weed out accounts that they would have to carry over as other data, other platforms? You know what I mean? So I'm thinking about that. And I told the support guy that. We'll see what happens. And we'll see how long it takes them to get back to me. The last issue happened on the Friday. And it was not sorted on my end until I finally got a hold of some support person on it the following Tuesday or Wednesday. So I'm going to be pretty disappointed if that's the case. Now, the reason for that disappointment is these 5 accounts have moved in lockstep. They're all 5 at the within one trade of going into the XFA. If I go ahead with the 2 or 3 that are still current, then they'll be out of sequence, right? So that's what I didn't want to have happen. Just thinking out loud here. Remember, this is my journal, so there you go. Sorry. Suffer, baby. Yeah, so what happened now? Nothing.
Ay, amor, te quiero dar mis días, también darte mis noches llenas de amor. Corazón, hablarle en poesía, cantarle a tu alma y llenarla de ilusión. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Ay, amor, jamás seré tu dueña. Yo quiero que me elijas cada día por amor. Corazón, todo lo que viví fue para prepararme y reconocer tu amor. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Amor.
Well, there's something going on over here because now I'm on the phone with Wells Fargo Bank, and they're saying there's a 60 due to unusually heavy call volume. There's a 60-minute wait time. So I mean the card services with Wells Fargo. So maybe there's some drama going on. I don't know. I guess if you're in the States, keep your eye open. If there's something happening, I don't know about. This isn't fun. I guess it's a great day to have this happen. There's no trading I would be involved in, that's for sure.
Flor querida, la noche ha llegado acá y en tu vida puedes dejar la soledad, siempre contigo ella está. Si duérmete, mi angelito, sueña con tranquilidad. Duérmete, pronto los sueños llegarán. Contigo ella siempre está. Llegó la estrella, llegó para ayudarte a dormir y sabes que con ella nunca tiene que sufrir y con amor puedes vivir. Si duérmete, mi angelito, sueña con tranquilidad. Duérmete, pronto los sueños llegarán. Contigo ella siempre está. Contigo
All right, so I've closed the circle here, and oh, Antonio, it's Tom time there. Have a good one, man. See you tomorrow. I'm assuming you're going over there. Yeah, I've closed the circle with that, with the bank and all that stuff, and it's definitely an issue on TopStep side once again. I suppose this big cut over to the Program X and whatever this underlying thing they're really up to is got some growing pains, I guess. It's kind of you kind of get lulled to sleep when things just work pretty normally for years at a time, and then all of a sudden somebody tips over the apple cart and and then there's a big problem. Not unlike the trade of the day. So we're 61 to 65. We're 14 handles wide. Let's see what we got going on in volume. Have they picked it up? Well, the volume is increased by about 5%. It was 64 when I logged on here first, I think. ATR is pretty much holding steady. You can see how exciting the trade the trade has been. Yeah. Great day to go for a run, go for a walk, chase your girlfriend down, whatever it is. Remember that the first thing in the mind of a trader should be risk management. And part and parcel of that is the first thing you should think about is this trade environment, the current trading environment, is it favorable to put risk on or not? And I'm sure there's, people trading the hell out of this, just clicking that mouse like they're killing snakes. But I'm not sure I'm trying to approach it from a point of view of the risk neutral trade package, which says that my first risk neutral scale is 3 points. So let's just say we took a trade, right? Let's say we took this one right here, the VPOC or the IB failure trade, which is one of the two trades that I'm trying to vet. The reason I started with the IB, by the way, the IB trades, there are two, one of which is suggested in a rotational environment like we have today exactly, and the other one is an IB continuation, which is suggested in a directional environment, trading environment. So you have you have an opportunity for a trade setup in either of the two trade environments, which isn't the case, for example, if you're only vetting a mean reversion trade. Mean reversion is only outside in, so you don't have any opportunity to vet a mean reversion trade in a directional day, just as a side note there. Yeah. So let's pretend we took the statistic here. Let's see what it looked like up close. Well, this would have probably been the trigger, because with this previous low, so the IB low just under the previous low. Now I would have been a little apprehensive right here at this trigger, but let's say we took this one, 61.5. So you're scaled right here at 64.5. No problem. You had the range requirement met. However, you have the Globex VWAP, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's the open. Excuse me, all the hell. Right back to the open. Now where are you going to go? Well, you're risk neutral, so you just put your helmet on, put your feet up, and, you know, see where the hell this thing turns out, where this thing ends up. Remember that if we're down here at 64.5, we need to get 76.5 as our target. And we're still not there yet. Because our risk neutral scale, our risk neutral bracket is, damn, that makes me mad. Our risk neutral bracket is first scale, obviously, risk neutral scale is 12 ticks, and the next is 48 ticks. And I never change my brackets or my trade plan during the trading day. That's for study, calm, no adrenaline, you know, hides outside partying. You know what I mean? That's for stuff you do during your study period away from the live market. So there's our scale. We got that. Risk neutral helmet on. We're waiting for 48 ticks, which is 12 points. Okay? So we got in at 64.5. 10 is 74.5. 2 more is 76.5. And there we are. That is, right there, that is our risk neutral, basic risk neutral 2-lot contract final target, T2. Well, let's see what we've done here. Well, guess what, boys and girls? We haven't done anything. We put that in early in the morning. We put that high in right here at 9:24, just before we took our stat. Here is a this is a great example of why you should never trade to the statistic. You know, if you're trading up here like this, you think that, oh boy, we're going to take the IB high. And it cost me a lot of losing trades trying to do this. That's why I'm so emphatic about being able to point it out. Never trade to the statistic. Well, we're above the VPOC, we're above the mid and the VWAP and the schmurpany derp and whatever other level, 10,000 things you've got on your screen or not. We got to go for the IB high. Well, guess what we didn't do? We never went for the IB high, and we went all the way across the range and took the statistic on the bottom side. And we could have just as easily done that again right here. If you're trading to the IB low, we could have just as easily gone across it that way. If you're trading to the IB low from here, you were definitely stopped out. So you wait for the statistic to be in play. Until 9:30, the statistic is not in play. Right here? Oh, well, it is that is exactly 9:30. And we, according to this, if you see it down at the bottom there, and we did not take the statistic. So wait until the statistic has been set, and that's here. And now, what are you going to do? You're going to look at the context, and it's rotational, suggesting the IB failure. Test here, that's a reasonable trigger. Confirmation. The statistic is taken. We didn't get anywhere. We fluffed around up here a bit, and we tested here, didn't get any lower. That's a reasonable trigger for the IB failure. Back to 64.5. Oh, wait a second here. I'm wrong about my targets. Excuse me. 64.5 was our scale. Okay. Let's say that our entry is 61.5. So there's 71, 72.5. That would be, or 73.5. That would be our second profit target right there. And we haven't gotten within spitting distance of it. because this was put in early on, remember. So we still have our helmet on. We still haven't taken a stop yet because this is 61 and we got in at 61.5. So we're not stopped. We are scaled and we're still sitting here. There you go. There you go. All right, so now that I'm all filled up on water and things, we're still, to continue the conversation. Do you think it is a good decision to put your risk on in this market environment for what has now been over an hour? That's a decision that you need to think about before you get in a trade. And that's looking at the higher time frame, right? That's what you gain from that. Always look left. That's why I've got Blue Boy over here where I can just glance left, and if I don't see that guy, I know I have to do what I just did. Here's the higher time frame. Look at that. And if you're a range trader and you got short, you got long, and you got short, and you got long, and you got short, or the other way around, you know what I mean? Short, you got short, you got long, you got short, you got long, you got short. If you've done that and that's the way you trade, you have vetted those trades, which means you've copied, you have identified and captured a statistically significant data set of those instances or occurrences or forget the other word that I was trying to use, but anyway. And you have mathematically determined that you have an edge, more importantly, a positive expectancy of that trade and those statistics, those data criteria over the data set. In other words, you know that if you take the IB continuation trade or the IB failure trade with this, your predefined setup, that you have an expectancy of whatever it is, ticks percentage of those trades. So out of, the way the formula for expectancy is really simple. It is wins divided by occurrences minus losses divided by number of losses. And that's the percentage. There you go. Win rate is just clickbait, useless candy for the YouTube, It means nothing. If you have a win rate of 90 or 80% and you lose $500 and your win rate and your positive, $100 won against $500 lost, that's your risk ratio, risk reward ratio, you're broke. Simple. It's got nothing to do with it. You can have a win rate of 35% or 30%, and if you are making $1,000 and you're risking $200, your risk reward ratio is such you're profitable. Now you've got to have some serious cojones, or some risk management, or I should say patience and confidence in your setup that you sit by and lose, 70% of the time. 70% of the trades are losers. But mathematically, statistically, you don't freak out because you've had X number of losses in a row. You look up and say, it's still within my expectancy. It's still within range of my probabilities. Yeah, it's okay. I'm not saying I'm able to do that, or a lot of people are, but that's the way you approach trading, really. I didn't put I guess I can. Trading, the market is a random environment. That's a fact, Jack. The outcome of the next trade, and this one really hangs up a lot of traders. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Absolutely, it's a statistical fact. The market doesn't have horizontal. There's no horizontal movement. The market goes up and down, period. And it's binary. It's a coin flip. What's the probability of a coin flip? If you do enough trials of that coin flip, it's 50-50. You can flip and what brings this all into reality that I was just talking about with, your expectancy and over a large enough data set, sample size, you can flip a coin 20 times and have 15 heads. That's perfectly normal. Statistically, that's a random distribution within, a random variable within the distribution. Perfectly normal. Doesn't mean that coin is rigged, doesn't mean the coin's broken, doesn't mean the coin does not have a 50-50 probability over a substantial data set, and that's the whole point. You have to apply that same thinking to trading, to your process of vetting a trade. Vetting simply means that you capture a data set of the exact same setup and criteria, and then you determine mathematically what the expectancy is and does it have an edge. That's vetting. I don't know what the hell the definition of the word actually is. I'll Google it and see. Well, when you vet a candidate for something, you look at you compare them together and you look at all their criteria and you decide which is the best, right? That's vetting, I guess, for lack of a better description. You do that away from the market, and remember that it's really important when you're in that process to compare apples and apples. You have to use the same setup and the same criteria, the same stop loss, the same profit target 1, the same profit target 2, assuming that you're doing a risk neutral setup like I am, or whatever you do. If profit target 1 is one place, is 10 ticks here and 3 ticks tomorrow and 25 ticks on the next trade, or your stop loss is 10, 3 ticks or 3 points and then 10 points and then something else, or you move your stop loss away, that trade has to be thrown out. It cannot be in the data set that you're using to vet the trade, the setup. They have to be consistent. They have to be the same. I need to know what is the probability that when I put on an IB continuation, or in this case, an IB failure trade, what is the probability that I will achieve T1? What is the probability that I will achieve T2? And you sure as hell can't have a probability of achieving T1 if T1's not the same place every time. You understand? I mean, I think it's pretty clear, but I want to always go over that in every stream when I talk about trading as a business. And I want to also point out the fact that this is my journal and I'm talking to myself. I believe very strongly that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it. What I'm doing here is reinforcing positive behavior to myself. And I hope it's helpful to somebody else. That would be great. Yeah, so here we are. Who's on third? Abbott and Costello, right? Probably many of you don't know who Abbott and Costello were. Welcome to the stream. Slap a thumbs up. Be an honor if you subscribe. Remember that I start the stream every morning at 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market, the setup, description, all those things, analysis of the overnight, the charting, the statistics, how they're applied to the session prices. And then the stream runs from, and then comes the open, and I stream for the entire RTH session through 1500, which is basically the cash close. It goes till 15:15, but okay, call me a liar. Every day, 5 days a week. For a couple reasons, but I'm standing here and I'm interested and I'm doing it, so yeah, that's easy enough to do. But also from a point of view of transparency, to guarantee transparency and accountability. No trade will be taken on this stream off, or on this account's off the stream. And that's why I would not trade today, because of this drama that I've gone on. 2 of the 5 accounts are not available to be copy traded to, and I don't want to get them out of sync, and I don't want some craziness going on about trading and accountability. So there we go. Not to mention the fact that I wouldn't trade in this mess just no matter what. So they picked a good day to TopStep picked a good day to go pear-shaped on their billing, I guess. And the funny part about it is, I've been a TopStep supporter off and on, and funded once or twice, I think, for 15 years. I started in late 2014, I think. Well, I think that's where I got Boomer. That's where the nickname came. That's where I first put the nickname Boomer. I don't know. I don't seem to be able to see that anywhere in the history of the dashboard or anything. It only talks about history in terms of the account, the specific, or at least that I've seen, and I definitely don't spend a lot of time looking for it, but that's where it's at. When I first heard about TopStep and did the first combine, I think, a $50,000 account, TopStep combine, let me just say, first and foremost, you very definitely, I hope anybody in earshot understands There's no way in hell it's $50,000 or $100,000 or $100,000. It is the loss limit. The daily loss limit on a TopStep 50K account is $2,000. That's what you're trading. That's all you're trading on the Combine. That's all you're trading on the XFA. And when you go to a live account, they do give the however much money you've made in the XFA, they put into the balance of that live account. Okay. But when you get an XFA, the balance is zero. And you get a drawdown of whatever it is, 50K. And there you go. And then you have the profit target. Back to the story. When I first started, the Combine process was two-step. You had to pass the Combine first, and then you had to do it again. And in the second go-round was a scaling process where you could only trade, I think, one contract up to a certain size, and then two after something else, and then, up like that. And there was all kinds of rules, not before or into or during reports and all kinds of things. Changed a hell of a lot. And I suppose it's broken a lot of people, and I would hope that it's made a lot of people, enabled a lot of people to realize their dream or their goal is what I hope. Me too. So anyway, here we are.
Salgo a caminar al sol por nuestro lago y por donde mire te veo en todos lados. Tantos recuerdos, cuánto hemos pasado.
So anyway, back to the wherever I was when I launched on that last diatribe. The win rate is just smoke and mirrors. It's clickbait. It is a valid metric when incorporated properly into your analysis. But to say I've got a win rate of blah blah blah, as I pointed out, it's just useless. It's stupid. It gets naive or inexperienced traders excited incorrectly because it is not the metric they're expecting. Expectancy, which I think some people refer to as profit factor or whatever, is the correct method. And it is the number of wins over a data set divided by the average win minus the number of losses divided by the average loss. Simple. I mean, it's not like the Kelly criterion or the Black-Scholes or any of that noise, you know. It's a simple, basic metric, but it is the absolute key to being successful or not, to running a successful business. If you do not have a positive expectancy and it is not reasonably substantial, you know, depending on how old you are and how many patients, what, you know, and your patience, if you have an expectancy of 1 point, well, that's $12 and that's $50 in the S&P. ES mini, that's $50. It's $50 a point or $12.50 a tick. If you have an expectancy of 1 point, you're going to have to execute well over 1,000 trades. I'm sorry, $50. You know, well over 100 trades to get maybe $500. You know what I mean? Or any kind of substantial money. You have to really understand that. 1,000 trades, $50 is 50,000. Could if you, by an expectancy doesn't mean that in 1,000 trades you're going to have 1,000. You're going to win 1,000 times. It means that over one, you know, you're going to have an expectancy of making $50 in that data set. That's something I need to think more about. I didn't explain that very well, but I hope it, you know, good. That raised a question in my mind, but you understand expectancy is really important. And you better hope your expectancy is substantially more than 1 point. Having nothing to do with win rate. Well, it is a function. Win rate is a function in the formula, but to say you've got an 80% or a 90% win rate is meaningless, as I pointed out earlier. If your risk to reward ratio is skewed backwards, you can have a 90% win rate and lose your ass. Well, there's a perfect, let me think of if I can articulate this better. You can have a 90% win rate, and if you lose $10 and you win per trade, or 10 points, and you win 1 point when you win, you will have a net loss of 10%. I think that's correct. But you get the point. It doesn't mean anything, but it's clickbait. It's all you see, or the majority of what you see on YouTube. To do with futures, and I don't pay any attention to stock trading because I don't do that. And it's completely different than what we do here. Futures are a zero-sum game. They are traded with a contract between a buyer and a seller. There's never, ever in the history of a futures trading day more buyers than sellers. It's physically impossible because the contract requires one of each. How does the market go up? Aggression. Buyers are more aggressive. Buyers come across the inside bid and hit the ask, and up we go. How does it go down? Sellers cross the inside and hit the bid, and down we go. Never in the history of all time are there more sellers than buyers or vice versa, because it's a contract requiring one of each. That's real. Maybe it's a pet peeve of mine, but when I hear people that are supposedly in a position of authority, or, one of these guys that's on Talking Heads or something, and they say that, I just grinds my gears, because it is so wrong and so misleading to people who don't understand. And which brings us to another point. For every buyer, there's a seller. What does that say to you? That says that all the way, well, this is a poor example of the day, but all the way up, somebody, when these guys are buying, somebody's selling to them. Now they're short like hell right up here, and these guys are long. How does somebody that's short up here make money? And the other way around. The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. Tom B., Mark Douglas, Paul Tudor Jones, Jim Simmons, Simon, everybody. Any and everybody that's a successful trader knows that trading is a business of probabilities, period. Just what I've been talking about. You pick a statistic, you vet it, and then you trade the statistic. There's an interesting story about Paul Tudor Jones, which I wasn't aware of, actually. I followed him, and I know how he trades somewhat. In 79, he put on a huge cotton trade that he figured he had done all the homework, and he figured was going to make him, put him on the map. And he promptly lost 60% of his trade capital instantly, in the blink of an eye. He didn't blame the market. He didn't blame anything. He thought, I must be thinking wrong here. And he realized he had to think in probabilities. Jim Simmons, the most successful hedge fund manager, Renaissance Technologies in the world, still to this day. The highest win rate over the longest period of time, and I don't mean win rate, I'm sorry, return on investment. Over 66% return year over year for, 30 years or something like that. Statistics only. Probabilities. Ray Dalio. Soros. Druckenmiller. Mark Douglas, educator types like Mark Douglas. And down to our level, Tom the best loser wins guy, Tom B in the Traders Lab, Rod, me, Lefty, those guys, everybody, all of those people, and not that I am in that same category with those guys, but the guys who are continuously, consistently profitable, and making money that means something, realize it's statistics, and that's they vet the trades, and they take those trades based on the statistics, and that's exactly it. Another interesting one, part of that, besides Paul Tudor Jones, Ray Dalio went broke, had to borrow $4,000 from his dad. Henry Druckenmiller just about lost everything on a big short that didn't work out, got in with Soros and got more money. Jim Thorpe was the first guy that realized, he was a math teacher in California, I believe, and he realized that probabilities were where it was at, that it was a game of probabilities. Specifically, he realized that the casino business is exactly what I'm talking about. It is a business of probabilities. So he took a few of his math students, and they worked it out, and they went over and made a buttload of money in Las Vegas, to the point that they were asked not to come back. And he then started his hedge fund and continued on. But the business model of a casino is exactly what I'm talking about. It is a business of probabilities from the point of view of the house. So become the casino. They play no game for which they have not pre-identified the edge, or the probability, or the expectancy, or whichever word you want to use. Then and the specific rules. Then on the casino floor, their entire mission in life is to play that game as many times as they can. The law of large numbers, compounding, whatever you want to call it, is how they make money. And I don't think there's any question in anybody's mind who's making money in a casino town. So you want to be the casino, not the gambler. And if you don't think that rules are, criteria is important, tell them you want to change the rules on 21 sometime when you're in there and see how far you get. I don't think you will. Too far. So there you go. That's the secret sauce, the holy grail of trading right there. I just gave it to you. Merry Christmas. And it's certainly not me that figured it out and gave it to you. It's just the awareness or the recognition that that's what all these other successful Tom Sosnoff, all the guys you want to pick up and down that are successful at it, that's what they do. I'm not talking about the Peter Thiel or those guys who, first of all, I don't know if they trade at all. They're in a different world. They start companies and invest them and, kill people and try to rig things and stuff like that. But that's different. I'm talking about traders. From the top to the bottom, from the biggest to the guys like us. So, gives me, it's encouraging. And then when I see, the very people that I trade with daily here on Static, for example, and here in this stream is, when they have a month, they post their monthly results and it's $35,000 or $40,000 for a month. Profit, not gross trades, but profit. That's really inspiring. And I know that they're not, that it's not internet crap and, Photoshop this and that. It's, the real deal. So there you go. And I need to figure out how to do that exactly. So there, so that I can post believable, verifiable kind of statistics that make sense, good or bad. And I mean, that's the important part. Just like the stream, when there's a loss, there's a loss. I'm not one of these guys that's the reason the stream goes all day. I'm not one of these guys that's going to stream for 2 hours, be in the hole, couple $1,000, and then miraculously tomorrow morning when the stream started, oh yeah, well, I got back online and I made that all back plus $2,000. I mean, there's one young guy who shall remain nameless. That was his stock and trade, and he's apparently big front man for one of the other prop firms who probably should stay nameless also, but you could probably figure out who. And he's, supposedly making $10,000 or $20,000 a day or something, copy trading to 20 accounts. And now some trading firms, prop guys, you're never going to trade a live account. So how, in fact, they're paying those big numbers, I don't believe. I don't believe in Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, somebody paying, $50,000 a month to a guy to trade sim. Now, in that particular instance, that's advertising. He does all of that stuff and had a YouTube following, so they're making combine fees. And I can get that. Whether it's real, whether there's more than one account or not, whether any of that, I'm not saying one way or another. I suspect that it's all, smoke and mirrors or bullshit and bus tickets or whatever, however you want to look at it. But that's it. So it's a statistical business of probabilities. Pick a setup and define your criteria and your trigger and capture a data set of that exact setup and those criteria, and then determine mathematically, statistically, if it has an expectancy and what that is, and then you're able to trade it in the live market. Whenever it presents itself, you should put the trade on. That's where I'm not eating my dog food. I have not been able to specifically identify the criteria and trigger for the IB trades to the point of view where I have enough confidence in the data to just automatically put the trade on every time, because I haven't fully understood the expectancy. I'm still vague. It's still discretionary, which is really, I think, really wrong and bad. I think that needs to be, I need to get away from that now. There are people who trade discretion. That's all they do. They have no concept about any of these lines or any of this value, volume, or anything. They trade 100% discretionarily based on, well, this looks like it was some support down here, so I think when we test it again, it's going to probably be support, and I'm going to go long. For example. And if they're successful at that, that is wonderful for them. And I would be envious, because I spend all this time commiserating, and spending money for all this platform data and stuff. And one of them that comes to mind is making a hell of a lot more money than I am. Does nothing like I do. No lines, no levels, no volume profile, no session prices, no statistics, no volume. Uses Dakota at TopStep TV. He uses TopStep X with nothing on it. There's a 5-minute chart, and when he's looking at for a trade, a 100-tick chart or something next to it. Candlestick chart. Looks at this, says, well, this looks like it was a support area. Maybe he'll draw a rectangle around it or something, or just talks about it. And, has withdrawn like $250,000 in the last, this year or whatever from TopStep. And I believe that that he has done what he says. You got to draw a line in the sand someplace. I don't believe what the other fella I was talking about over at Apex does, but I believe in this case, and one of the reasons about that is, if you've ever looked at TopStep TV, where those guys he might be trading. He has one slow moves in the evening at 7:30 Central or something, which is kind of interesting. Except sometimes the other people that come there with him don't interest me much, but. And then I think oftentimes he trades what they call fast markets, which is like the open in the first hour and a half or something like that. And you can see their account number up at the top, and they're trading live and in front of you, which is that adds a lot of credibility to me. And that should be obvious, because that's the same philosophy I have here with the stream. That's about all I'm running out of stuff here. So they haven't even started this hootenanny in DC yet. I suppose they're still bulldozing poor, unfortunate people. I guess. I don't know. I really don't get the whole deal. But I'm going to try to make, you gotta bring it back to your reality. Well, I need to take care of myself and my family, and then if I can help somebody else, I'm all for that. Around the horn we go as we approach 11:30. Well, you can see that today's been a nothing burger over here. Again. Here we are. Retail soup, absolutely. And here we go. And all hell could break loose this afternoon. I mean, if something happens one way or another, this thing could go ballistic. But I don't know what. I mean, just looking at it logically, how are you going to have an agreement about a situation like that? It's a two-party controversy, right, between Ukraine and Russia. America's got nothing to do with it other than a photo op for, I mean, basic. And believe me, don't get me wrong, helping is great. I'm not saying that, but stop and think about it. If you don't have the two principal parties come to an agreement, you don't have an agreement. So obviously there was no agreement reached whatsoever in that Putin ante they had in Alaska. Putin didn't change anything at all, period. And now in the U.S., I mean, in D.C. now coming up will be Zelensky, and then the EU leaders after that, apparently. But Putin's not around, so how the hell do you have, unless, you know, maybe there's a lot happened in the background. Okay, if this happens and this happens, he said. The problem with Putin, from what I understand, obviously I've never had any experience with him, but I've been alive for a long time and seen him go from Khrushchev on down. I wouldn't want to say I would trust or believe anything he would say. Myself. So that makes it doubly hard. If you're trying to have a negotiation with a rattlesnake, that may not work out in your favor, because pretty much he's going to bite your ass, no matter what, I guess. So that would put me off. It's a tough deal. And the thing that kind of gets me is Ukraine is sitting there doing nothing, and this guy attacks them and declares war on them, and somehow everybody's thinking, well, they should give this land away and they should do that. Nobody, that's like saying, well, Germany, okay, well, so we're going to give you half of Europe in World War II. Bullshit. As Patton said, when he came driving through in a Jeep on the way to the front, somebody said, are you heading to Berlin or something? Or where are you going, General, or something? And he said, I'm going to Berlin and personally shoot that paper-hanging son of a bitch. It's a classic. It's a iconic quote. And Patton was a madman too, but still, the concept of this is like saying, well, okay, so we're going to let the Nazis have 50% of Europe or something. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. But that's, and I'm not insinuating that it should make any sense to me, but that's why we have the market we have right here, right now. Swing, 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 do. And nothing that I'm going to be involved in. Boop. We're at 11:25. I hear Mama wrestling around out in the kitchen, which is encouraging. I don't know how lucky I got. Bumping into her and having her take me into her wing. What a wonderful woman and wife and partner and all that stuff. Get up this morning to the smell of fresh baked homemade croissants. And, sourdough bread coming behind it because we just ate the last of that yesterday. And yes, Virginia, I'm not as thin as I used to be. All right, so here we go. I don't know what's happening with the market, with the people, with viewers. I don't see many views today, which is okay and understandable. Last week was, up in the 50s, so that was making progress. If you're lurking about the stream, click a thumbs up and say how do you do in the chat, or, I think you're nuts, or I like what you're saying, or whatever it is. And with that, I'm going to go have a little look over here around the horn again. Oh, back down we go, back down in the 60s now. It's, I guess, the closer we get to 12 o'clock when, remember the last time I'm amazed that Zelensky is brave enough. I got to give it up for him. Remember the insulting display that happened to him, the attack on him, on his credibility, his personality, even down to and including the boyfriend of Marjorie Taylor Greene, who for some reason was allowed into the Oval Office as part of the press group to insult his clothes. It's wow. Jesus Christ. Pretty brave of the guy to come back and jump back in the lion's den, I guess. I was thinking that the reason the EU leaders were coming also was to, kind of balance the scale and provide a little backup. But when I look at the news here, or the schedule, assuming that's correct, 12 o'clock is Zelensky, and then the Europeans show up. So I guess they've got 30 minutes to attack him. I don't know. I hope it all comes out in the wash. And this is all we have for the day, right? So this is major potential risk that you just need to be aware of. And if you're trying to grow your account and be a statistical probabilities trader, I don't think it's advisable to interact in such a environment, because risk management, it's like putting on a trade a second away from non-farm payroll. That's, I don't think there's anybody that'll tell you that's not stupid or a good idea. That'll tell you it's a good idea, because you can't manage the risk. Even if you're trading like I do with a bracket order, very definitely I don't touch them. Click the entry, there's the entry little arrow, there's the stop, there's the T1, there's the T2. Stop is just, it's a limit order until price gets there, and then it converts to a market order, which means you get filled at the best price available. That could be 10 handles away. That's, you've done your best to manage risk, but in that kind of an environment, if there is let's say, for example, there is a liquidity vacuum, the way stop runs happen, of course, which I may or may not know. And the reason for that you can have such slippage in a situation like that, someone can come in with an order, whichever way, buy or sell, pick one for the example. And they put in, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, let's say $700 right here, up to $7,550. So they come in with an order, 7,500 cars, right? Contract. They come 77. Let's say it's 800. Or call it 1,000. Up to 7,700 right here. So somebody comes in with a buy order of 2,000. What's going to happen? It's going to clean out this entire. All this resting liquidity is going to evaporate to fill the order. Pretty sure that's accurate. You can, by all means, check it out. That's how a stop sweep or a liquidity vacuum works. And depending on when you put your stop order in, and it's, remember, first, in, first out, and all that kind of stuff, you might find yourself filled up here at 83 instead of down here at 73 where you thought your stop was. That's how slippage works. All right, I'm going to go see what this good-looking gal has cooked up her sleeve over there. I'll be right back. Well, they're opening up a bit, eh? 3 whole handles. Wow. It's not, it's not, it's important or good to notice that even in such a market as we have today, we're still ticking off all of the top statistics, right? Now, we haven't gotten down to the Ivy. Typically on, especially inside days or in range, POC, EVPOC, EV high, EV low, then followed by the previous high, previous low. Those are usually kind of how the statistics break down. Let's look. As a matter of fact, I don't know why I do that. I don't know why I start talking with that. Okay, if you just look over here, POC, overnight high, previous high and low, mid, POC, mid, overnight high, previous high, previous close, all those. Same idea. They're all, remember that this is a statistics. Let me start over. This data set, it looks back at 2,000 days. Each day it changes, right? Only backwards 2,000 days. And so these are never going to be drastically different because you have a reasonably stable and statistically significant look back period. If this was 100 days, these would be all over the board likely. That's why I suggest in my discussion about statistical significance and doing business, approaching trading as a business of probabilities and statistics, you've got to have a big enough data set to get yourself out of the variability or the random data set. Here we are back to taking. Now he's going to take 10% stake in Intel. I don't know what to think about all that. So here's Financial Juice. Remember that this is Financial Juice. It's free. Obviously, there's a paid version if you want to pay a few $100s a month or whatever it is to get real time. I don't find the need. I use Financial Juice and I use the investing.com, which I've used investing.com for years based on earnings and this was today, so no scheduled events. We got tomorrow, we got earnings, all these other things. I've used this for years. Then I started paying attention, or somebody clued me into to Financial Juice because it has the same, more or less the same filterable numbers and reports, but it gives you a little bit more. It gives you or provides a more or less running squawk box of what's going on. Why do you suppose Russia is so terrified of NATO and Ukraine? Well, if I were the Western world, that would tell me that they have no intentions of holding to any peace settlement. and that they don't want NATO there because they don't want to go to war with NATO, but they have definite plans to keep screwing with Ukraine. I mean, isn't that obvious? Would be to me. It is to me, I think. And why the Western world doesn't say, here's one, you attack this country, we're coming in there, and you better get your ass out. Just like I said earlier, it's like the concept of giving part of Ukraine away to Russia, to me, is the same as at the end of World War II, if we just said, okay, well, we're going to give half of Europe to Germany, to the Nazis. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me, but that's why I'm standing here trading and streaming and looking at these screens, and other people are in a much more authoritative position. Now, back to the financial juice and investing.com. You can filter out for your area and the reports you're interested in and all kinds of things on both of these. And in the case of investing.com, you can filter for your time zone. It's automatic, or supposedly it's automatic by your computer settings on Financial Juice, which is fine. There we are. Oh, so the European leaders begin arriving at the White House ahead of the Trump meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky. I guess maybe they smelled a second attack, and they're all going to try to give Zelensky some backup, I hope, or support, I would hope. That was just disgusting the last time, and so unprofessional and un-everything American, as near as I could tell. And I especially love that, whoever that doofus boyfriend of Marjorie Taylor Greene is, he's the correspondent for his own website or some crazy shit. Insulting Zelensky's clothes. That's the one thing, that's the question he could think of to ask. Don't you own a suit? As Elon Musk stood there in Levi's, a t-shirt and a sport coat, So inconsistent and so just unprofessional, ungovernmental, in my opinion. I don't really get it. But anyway, there's an unwritten rule, I think, or law or something, protocol, I guess it would be called. Nobody in the Oval Office or anything and any of those kind of things is supposed to be without, suit and tie. Musk was the first one that they ever let run amok in there, I believe. I think I saw that somewhere. And that worked out really well for him. Okay. I hope you're not trading this, but if you are, that you have a previously vetted successful system for tight range trading with little or no meat on the bone, because that's what we have. We're not even 10 handles. Well, we are a little more than 10 handles wide here, but think about that. Basic trading, yeah, we've pushed up to IB high and low, and that's something's wrong there. Oh no. I was forgetting we're approaching 12 o'clock, which is when I need to approach the yeah. Time to take my midday break and shower up and stuff like that. So I will let you enjoy yourselves here. I would say without any question or doubt, keep your powder dry. Don't put on any risk at this moment until something, and this thing could pop like a, firecracker, and it could just end up the day like this. Who the hell knows? Well, it looks like I've been completely screwed here, so I'm going to have to focus on figuring this out. These support guys not coming back after an unacceptable response. So I'm going to see what I can do about getting a hold of John Hoagland or Patak or somebody. This is really upside down. I would hate the thought after all this time of having to start all over with a different prop outfit. But anyway, that looks like it might be the case. Looks like TopStep is unraveling. Okay. Well, we are clearly in a tight rotational day here, to put it mildly. I'm assuming that nothing has been sorted out, particularly in DC. Of course, that's all still just now going on. What do we got? 57 to 57 to 70, say 60 to 75. So basically 15 handles wide, 18 handles wide the entire session. Well, that's like the old summer days. Okay. What am I doing here now? Not much of a day here today. I have some big, real dramatic issues with the TopStep accounts that I'm trying to sort out, and the day has been just a non-trader for me. Hey Alex, bonjour, ça va? Well, I can't really. I've got it set to as low of a latency as I can, and I don't really have any control over that. I have it set to no latency, but I'll look into it again. I think it might be to do with internet issues somewhere. But yeah, that's quite a bit for sure. Sorry. Not bunch of issues on my side too, not to do with the stream, but with TopStep and accounts again. It's once it's sorted out or not, I'll give a thorough description and everything in case somebody is. It could help someone else. Real tough day here of Alex. Very tight. We're in about a 15, 18 handle range all day. There's this big drama going on in Washington with Zelensky and European leaders and Agent Orange. So it's been a definite day to stay out of the market if you can do that. Well, if you've got a vetted trade that can do the mean reversions, but look at all the data, look at all the crap in the middle. I mean, where are you going? Let's say you take a low here, 61. Where's the mean? 64. That's barely 3 points. If your trade setup and the way you're trading, and you have vetted the trade so that you can trade a tight rotation like this profitably, good for you. There's not enough meat on the bone here to suit me. What is this? Well, first of all, we're not really, if you get up here to to the IB high, for example, which we've only done a couple of times, yeah, you could have taken something south, but I don't know. Use extreme caution. And remember, this is the power hour. We've got 30 minutes left. Well, 35 minutes left in this session. Yeah, I think so. Give that a try. Also, you know that this is a high def 1440p, so you can use that gear icon to get real sharp, clear video in case you didn't know that. I think because I don't have a lot of followers here or subs and isn't monetized or anything, I think that I have less control over. I suppose that if you're the beast, Mr. Beast or somebody, you probably have zero latency. I guess. I don't know. So we're going to be the bottom of the hour here in a couple of minutes. I'm going to try to make a phone call to TopStep again before, because their phone service support, whatever, goes off at 3. I doubt if I'll get through to anybody, but I'm going to try now. So I'll be off the stream audio. And before I do that, I'll take a quick loop around the. You can see it's all Trump. I mean, this is all that's happening today. So use extreme caution if you're trying to trade. There is potential dramatic risk at every turn. I don't really think it. I mean, stop and think about it. The conflict is between the Ukraine and Russia. It would seem to me logical that the two countries should be involved in the discussions about any kind of a ceasefire or whatever. I don't see where it seems to be more photo ops to me on the part of perhaps Trump, and I don't know why it's called that, Alex. It's just called Power Hour, typically because it was the last hour of the cash session, so everybody would try to square up their positions and get even, get squared up, basically. And so they called it Power Hour. I'm really not sure. After that, that's all I know. I've called it that for ever. But there you go. And sometimes it was kind of thought of as when and not just everybody would try to square up, but when the higher time frame would come back in to try to square up, the big players that, the big money would come in to try to square up their positions or get ready for the close. That's as I understand it. So there we are. This pretty much tells the tale. And here's the NQ, and we are flat on a doji and haven't moved all day. So yeah, that's where we are. That's pretty self-explanatory. And it's all Trump. And this is the photo op. I'm sure he's real excited about all of this. Trump European leaders photos, they've got a whole thing scheduled for photo ops. Wow. That's important. Maybe not. And here we are again. So we've turned the final corner down there. We're headed up. The next order of business will be market on close orders at 1450, which I certainly don't imagine will have any impact on the market today. Maybe, but they haven't lately. I'm going to try to get that phone call off now, so I'm going to hit the mute on my mic here for now. Yeah, Alex, big problems with the accounts here today. I'm on hold now. So anyway, I got some support person working on it. 2 of my accounts just disappeared of my 5 that I've been working on, all of which within a couple $100 of passing the XFA, and I've been very careful about that. And 2 of them disappeared. And I called today and said, oh, we canceled those. Rather than renew them, we canceled them because if you want to have that, you need to use TopStep X now. So I say, excuse me? I didn't blow up. They're in the consistency rule. All of those things are fine, and they're all within $200 or $400 of passing the account, passing the profit target for the XFA. Now the girl has just changed it a little bit. She says, well, actually, if you were already in the XFA, then that wouldn't have happened, or the live account, but because it was a combine. So, there's an inconsistent story, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully it'll work out. But yeah, that's pretty big shock and disappointment. All right, well, there we go. So we've rounded the corner. We have come past the market on close orders. I'm off the phone now in case you didn't figure that one out. Kind of a nothing burger on market on close orders. We've got 337 million buy side S&P 500, 70 million buy side NASDAQ 100, 247 million buy side Dow 30, and 101 million buy side Mag 7. Not much of a big deal here, and no real movement on the chart. So we'll see what happens with this. Well, I'm telling you what, if they don't straighten this out, I will do everything in my power. I wish I still had my old job and had a lot of disposable income. I'd even sue them, because you can't change the rules in the middle of the rules or the goalpost in the middle of the game. Know what I mean? I can understand that they make a rule that says, okay, anybody that buys a new combine or that starts a new evaluation account, we're going to use this thing. And that's what they actually said. That's actually what the owner, Michael Patak, said on TopStep TV. And then it's what's on the website. But to say that they're going to just change the rules in the middle of the frickin' game, that's kind of disappointing. That's like, okay, we decided to put the English goalpost down in the locker room when the French squad's ahead. You know what I mean? That's not exactly the way to go. Nobody can do that. And so I am assuming this person that I talked to seemed switched on. She knew to go check, and she said, no, the wording definitely doesn't. You're right. By the wording that's on the website and in the information, you are correctly right. So correctly accurate. So we'll see what they do. But I can tell you, between you and me and the gatepost, Alex, that I am going to be I will definitely come up with an alternative. The purpose that I have, and I mentioned this before you joined, I think, that for me, the whole thing, one of the beautiful parts about trading is the independence and the fact that you don't rely on anybody else, or minimum. You don't have a boss that can suddenly walk in and go, well, we're not going to need you anymore, or whatever, right? You have to have data. You have to have some sort of a broker account. And you have to have you to trade with. That's kind of the way I always felt TopStep was, compared to all these other crazy, ones that have started up recently, or more recently anyway, that they were dependable and that they were, trustworthy. And if they said something, that was it. So I'm assuming I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and assuming that that's the case. Of course, I'm disappointed that I didn't take that trade in the last couple of weeks that put all 5 of these in the XFA, because according to this girl, then it wouldn't have been an issue at all. And apparently, if I go ahead with the XFA and get into a live account, it won't be an issue at all anymore either. But, that's water under the bridge. So the next thing I need to be able to do is have my 5 accounts back that I can trade here. And, but I'm going to definitely make a plan. I just believe very definitely that if you cannot be consistently profitable in a prop account where you have, here's the closing swing trade, still not much, in a prop account where you have sim fills, so there's no slippage really. It costs you just the combine fee, or whatever fee you call it, the valuation fee. If you can't be consistently profitable in your trading numbers without any financial stress to do with the account, then you are a complete idiot if you think you're going to do better by putting your own capital in a brokerage account. That's what I think. There are other people that disagree with that, and they say, well, I disagree. If you put your own if it's your own capital and you're in charge of it yourself, it ups your focus. But in my case, I have the same emotional response and treat this account that is going on right here, right now, even though it's an evaluation account or 5 of them. I feel exactly the same emotions, FOMO, anxiety, all those kind of things as I do with a brokerage account, because I've had both and have had both. But, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. My initial reaction is that they straighten this shit out and I can make the next trade and then everything's XFA and then we go along as planned. But I will definitely, because I'm an old project guy and, I am definitely going to mitigate the risk and have a backup, come up with a different idea, a backup, that will not subject me to this. I've laughed reading the comments about these people with Apex and trading and stuff that pass all this stuff and then they submit a payout request and it's denied because of rules they never heard of or whatever else. And I've thought, oh boy, and I've even commented here on the stream, wow, that's terrible. They should stick with a reputable outfit like TopStep, that everything's transparent and open, and they've been in business. They're the first company to ever start. They've been in business for 12 or 15 or 20 years or whatever the hell it is. And now this happening to me I can imagine how frustrated those other people must be. So there you go. Anyway, bonne soirée, and I am we've closed out now. The cash market has closed. We didn't have much of a pop. We stayed within that extremely narrow range. We did take the IB statistic to the bottom side, so we satisfied the IB stat as usual. That 98.0% probability for an IB high or low to be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH session happened, just as it does pretty much every day. And I'm going to just kind of take a deep breath here and maybe go for a walk around the block. Our daughter starts college this afternoon. I'm taking her over to her first class. And, fingers crossed. Drink a big pastis or Ricard for me and in honor of these guys getting TopStep together. Boy, I'd like to have a big glass of Ricard right now. Oof. It'd be so good. On ice, just Ricard on ice. Oof. Love it. Nice to talk to you again. I hope everything is going well on your side. And it's been hot over here. Antonio got back from vacation. If you can see up the chat there, he's in Portugal. It was 40 most of last week wherever he was vacationing, so that's pretty hot. I'm hoping that you're having a pleasant summer. And I am going to, let's see here. I'll be back on at 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market, and I will keep a running update on what's going on with this drama. And that's about all I can say at this point, I think. I don't think I have any other brilliant, remember that your job as a trader is to preserve your account. That's first. And you do that with risk management. After that, you devise a plan to, use probabilities and statistics to grow that account. Oh, I'm sure it will. Yeah, please, c'est bon, huh? Ah, super. I can taste it right. I can taste that licorice right now. All right. You guys have a great night, and I am going to get about the rest of the afternoon here. See what I've gotten any email back from somebody over there yet or not. And otherwise, I'll be on 8 o'clock in the morning as usual. So, a bientôt. Ciao.